girls in a cold breeze, steel boots on the sand, no ease. Propellers hum the Soviet quest, but the island ain't weak, not less. She-hot tanks roaring loud and clear, zombie hula girls, no fear. Tiki terrors rise, eyes ablaze, Soviets drown in the island haze. Island don't surf, island don't win, Tiki terrors won't let them in. She-hot tanks make the ground shake, zombie hula girls' hearts won't break. Under moonlight chants they clash, steel meets flame, bones will thrash. Cold War's heat, the island's grip, Tiki rage will never slip. Drums beat, wild waves take hold, Soviet shiver, hearts turn cold. In the depths of night they fail, Tiki terror's ancient tale. Island don't surf, island don't win, Tiki terrors won't let them in. She-hot tanks make the ground shake, zombie hula girls' hearts won't break. Island don't surf, island don't win, Tiki terrors won't let them in. She-hot tanks make the ground shake, zombie hula girls' hearts won't break.
Howdy, howdy, it's your old pal, Tiki the Hut. Thanks for joining me again on another Too Late Tonight with Tiki. How's it going? RK Bad Rabbit, what's going on, guys? Welcome to the stream. As you can see, sadly, the orcs are put away. I do thoroughly love painting orcs. It's probably the more relaxing, I guess, hobby thing to paint for me, just because they're orcs. So there's no stress, no rush on like getting them right or anything like that. They're just orcs, right? So they're always fun and easy to paint. And they're a little bit bigger surface area. But now we have out some terrain I need to work on. I need to finish this piece of terrain, just a nice little desert DFP. And then we're going to work on finishing up this guy, painting this guy, and working on the mummies. Hey, what's going on, Trooper? All right, how's the vibe and everything? I've been doing some other recording. I have a couple different projects going on right now. Some things behind the scenes you guys may or may not know about. So I've had to dick with my mic settings. So how's the volume? Is it all right? Too loud? Too soft? Also, we're gonna get to play with this stuff, right? I love this stuff. How's BattleTech going, Trooper? I'm extraordinarily tempted, but I didn't have like 8 other games going on. Just get like a whole bunch of like I think they're called arrows. I forgot what the official BattleTech term for helicopters are VTOLs, but get a bunch of helicopters, VTOLs, and a bunch of tanks, and try and go to a BattleTech game, and a bunch of what are they called, battle suits. I always like battle suits. Hey, what's going on, Jenny? So, Ginny, I think you're the one working on some Fallout stuff in the Penal Legion, so you may get a kick out of this. One of my other side games and side project is I actually play Fallout Factions, and I'm working on two things. One is my Radcoons. It's like my own homebrew lore version of the Tunnel Snakes. So that's why I have some boxes like this. Because those leather guys look kind of cool when you paint them as Tunnel Snakes, and of course, same thing. I have a couple boxes of these for Butch. Butch is awesome. And then the other thing I'm building is a really cool. I'm using the rules for the Brotherhood of Steel for Fallout Factions, and I'm actually building a badass railroad army. They're actually called. Look, you know how they all have different names. Like, are you a tourist, an agent, you know, a heavy? These guys are actually called locomotives. So they use a lot of power armor, and they're like real heavy hitters. Also got this. I guess I am thinking of battle armor. Yeah, that makes sense. Tunnel Snakes. What the heck did I click on? Yeah, I do have a second channel. There's not much on there. It's just 2 little interviews I've done. I have some more content recorded to put up there, including like some unboxing videos and stuff like that for Fallout Factions. So, Tiki's Fetish channel. So just a heads up, this stuff, it has a strong smell and it has the texture of like house paint. So if you're never used it before, it could be a bit of a surprise. Alright, let's leave that over there. I think we're gonna paint the duck boards and the sandbags first, and then I'm gonna hit all the sand for it. Oh, Mechanist. So it's funny you say Mechanist because that's what I'm building into my railroad army. So I'm playing it as you know, one guy becomes the Silver Shroud, and it also has, so it'll have the Silver Shroud, you know, as like basically like the Soul Survivor. So the Soul Survivor as dressed as Silver Shroud. It'll have Nick Valentine, and I'll have Deacon, you know, and then I'll just fill out the rest with just some railroad people. So I'm pretty excited. Alright, but enough Fallout. I think wrong channel. I have 2 channels. I need to stop talking about Fallout on this channel. Same thing. So that's why you see me do my orcs. A lot more of my orc, and it can either be Warhammer 40k or one-page rules. All that kind of stuff goes on my Fallout / post-apocalyptic channel. So that'll be where all that stuff is. Alright, let me get painting. And also in the rattle can box, you know, I always have something being spray cans. We actually have some more boats. So for those of you who don't know, RK, I guess he's not really going to benefit from this information, but this is one of the pieces of terrain, one of the mini pieces of terrain that's going to be on the beach landing map. I need to get all the terrain ready because I have to test the map. It's the only one I'm unsure about. I've done, this is for Clash of the Caribbean, the bolt action event we have coming up in October. I wanted it to be a Konflikt 47 event, but no one will have the rules ready in time, so we're just going to keep it bolt action. It's fine. Next year, if it's good, if it doesn't turn into a fire festival, you know, knock on wood, we'll, sorry, wood's over here. We'll do another one that's Konflikt 47. But, the Bad Habit mission on a jungle terrain, jungle ruins board I've done, I've tested, it's great. There's actually a video of it on the channel. You can watch that 500-point battle report. The airfield, we've done a mission similar to that, and so we know how it works out. That's perfectly fine. So we really need to test how the beach landing works. Interesting point, HS. No, not quite post-apocalyptic yet. Maybe in the future. All right. But yeah, I need to finish this piece of train. I have a Japanese landing craft, hopefully to get built and painted in time. I have several big old, what you'd call like 10-man lifeboats, and I have a whole bunch of like smaller boats. So there'll be plenty of terrain for that map. Not really arcade, kind of the other way around. I'll think about what mission to do, and I'm like, oh, that one worked really well, you know? An airfield's kind of a nice map, because you know there's going to be an open area in the middle because of a runway. And I think airfields make good maps, and it's something that you would logically fight over. You know, it's something worth deploying your forces to. So it's kind of like a happy accident. Hey, what's going on, Squidfist? Squidfist, how are you and the Two Kings doing? I'm gonna need a bigger brush than that for that. Yeah, you'll do. Oh, nice. Thank you, Squidfist. Much appreciated, kind sir. You are a gentleman and also a scholar. You are too kind. But just know, I do like to return favors. Like I said, RK has helped me out a bunch and sent me some stuff. I sent RK some stuff. Same thing between Irish and I, and same thing between me and Shitherder Sean. Oh, you might like this, Squidfist. Have I shown you my my skeleton pirates? I use these for blood and plunder. As like the bad guy pirates, because you could play Port Royal as a co-op, kind of like a co-op wartime. Oh, right, sorry, you can't. Skeleton pirates. They're on my backlog of things to paint. I figure it's better to paint the boards and the sandbags first before I start glooping the sand on it. That way the sand can kind of gloop onto it and look a little more naturally, you know? Who knows? I'm just making this shit up as I go. But I appreciate y'all sticking with me on the last stream while I took a little bit of a break and painted an orc. It's actually a lot of fun. For those of you who are watching the Twisted Metal show, it's kind of cool to paint a little sweet tooth orc. Nice, Jenny. Clever. So yeah, for the beach landing, you're looking at this, probably in about the middle of the board. You got two kind of like scenic overlooks, you know, that could easily be fortified for the defenders. Not really defender side, but for one side. And the other side that's kind of starting from the water, you have several boats that'll be kind of like tipped over and stuff like that to provide you cover. And again, the first turn is going to be night fighting, so you have plenty of time to kind of maneuver in. You're not going to get blown off the board. Hey, CB Cooper, what's going on, buddy? Working on a little bit of terrain before we finish up our two Captain Americas. Oh, nice. Congratulations. There's no better day off than like a surprise day off, you know? You're like, oh, I have so much time for activities, you know? So I did release a short a couple days ago. I think some of you guys may have already seen it. I was a little different. Like I said, no, also I'm trying to cover all the first edition lore for Konflikt 47, but I noticed everyone's just like dying for the second edition content, even though it's not out yet. And I saw somebody they're like, oh, a lore video, and I was like, oh, cool, someone else doing Konflikt 47 lore, you know, and they're just reading from a piece of paper of all the stuff that's already been released. I was like, it's weird. There's no lore out yet. I was like, does he have the book? But no, he didn't have the book. So I was like, oh, okay. So I was like, what can I make for second edition when there's no lore? So I decided to make kind of a propaganda teaser kind of video. And it seems like it went over well. There's a typo in it. If you spotted the typo, I know. I feel dumb. Because I took what they wrote and then I added some stuff to make it a little bit make more sense, and I forgot a word. Once you see the typo, you won't unsee it. It's hysterical. But, if you guys liked it, I'm actually working on the second one right now. The second one is going to be Imperial Japanese. It's the music clips I think are actually pretty funny. I already have the music picked out for the Russians or the Soviets. For the British, I was gonna like kind of pay them back for the religious American thing and do something really goofy and dumb, but I decided to not be a dick and do like kind of a cool one, so I have their song picked. Now for the Germans, I had a song picked, but then Naro released an absolutely awesome like Konflikt 47 song for the Germans, so I may ask him if I can use his. Yeah, this stuff is awesome. Yeah, hopefully you'll get to see, you guys will get a chance to see what it looks like firsthand. Glad I have the fan on, because it is going to smell pretty intense. We'll let you know, CB Cooper, when it's in your box off. I have all my current Gene Stealer cultists in it, but now I need to go through my, sorry, I had to look at what it's called. The big cargo hauler truck. I think that has some more bodies on it that you can use for cultist, and I'll throw those in the box. I'm gonna throw in some extra bits I have too. I'll shoot you a DM when I mail it off. This is the part I'm really excited about. Again, this will be my first ever event that I'm hosting here in October. It seems like it's far away, but it's really not, and I'm already kind of stressing. I don't know if you can notice. I'm talking a little bit fast. But the one thing I'm really going to try for is to try and have really cool looking tables. I always think that's like the make or break for bolt action, you know? Like, I don't mind losing or playing an unfair game if it's at least a cool table. No. Thank you, CB Cooper. I still have those commandos. And I don't know if I told you, but I think I know how I'm going to build those commandos. I'm going to build them kind of in link with how Shitharder Sean's doing his Stompas. Have you seen them with that Miami tiger stripe? I'm going to attempt it. I'm not as good as him. But that's going to be a whole little subsect of my orc army. They're going to be called the Wa Vice. So it's going to be nothing but commandos and Daka Jets. And the Daka Jets, I found some that I like. They're biplanes, and so I'm going to put pontoon floats on them, so they're like float planes. So it's going to be a whole bunch of like float plane Daka Jets that are jet powered with a whole bunch of commando orcs. So I'm pretty excited about that, all because of you. And I'm so thankful you sent me those commandos, because I guess those boxes are going out of print. Like, if you try and find that kill team, like the commando kill team, not the Rekka crew, but the commando kill team, they're going for like crazy GW prices. So super glad you sent me some of those sculpts before they kind of disappeared. Because like the way they wear like their soft cap, because you know like blood axes, they just kind of like more Hume tactical. So they kind of have some like their soft caps and patrol caps are gonna look really cool as like a Miami Vice thing. Hey, speak of the devil, there's Shitharder Sean. Yeah, Jenny, I'm also a fan of working nights, and I'm like mid-shift, like night shift and weekends, because either nothing happens or serious stuff happens, you know, but it trains you to be good at your job, but at the same point in time, you avoid unnecessary training, and you also avoid all the bullshit of day shift and like brass and leadership, so. That's always been my style. So of course, in my current job, I work both night shift and day shift. I work during the week and weekends. Not ideal. That's why if you guys ever notice, I respond very awkwardly if I do respond. It's because I'm always like changing sleep schedules, so bouncing around in hours. Yeah, so you know, sometimes I'll respond in 2 minutes, or someone will like at me in a Discord, and I'll respond at like 3 a.m. Now you know why. But yeah, Jenny, if y'all do Fallout faction, I think you're saying you do like D&D with the models kind of thing, and sometimes you do Wasteland Warfare. But I'm gonna be doing a lot more Fallout factions content. So and I have a whole lot. If you didn't know the story, it's how I got my first and only strike that followed me for like a year. I made a whole ass Fallout radio, so I took all the songs from all the Fallouts, and I recorded a DJ, kind of like Three Dog, you know. This one's called Johnny Bottlecaps. It's a pretty cool character, I think, anyways. Obviously, I'm biased. So it has a whole ass like DJ voiceovers and stuff like that. And the cool thing is, a lot of the things the DJ says are actually tips for the game, for all the different video games. You know, things like tips you may not know the first time you play, kind of thing, you know. So it's really cool, and I tried to release it as like a 24-hour stream, and apparently I didn't have the right licensing for it, and YouTube kicked my shit in. So I still have that whole long thing. I have all those songs edited, so I plan on, you know, when I have the time, uploading it as one huge massive block and putting it on my second channel, Tiki 2 Atomic Boogaloo, and then I'll probably put each individual song on there as well. And then something I also plan on doing is making a whole radio station of AI generated Fallout style songs. That way you can actually have something that you can, if you ever want to stream Fallout factions or anything like that, or if anyone ever wants to stream that, they can have a background soundtrack that's not going to get them struck. Sorry, I couldn't get the term. Yeah, CB Cooper. It was a well, it wasn't so much a copyright thing. It was a licensing thing. I did not have the correct license to be a radio station, which is fair because you're operating under YouTube's license, and they don't have. If you want to do the whole radio thing, you have to get a whole different kind of license. It's this whole thing. So. But yeah, having like Elvis songs did not help. I know this because I had to take like a whole like CBT on it to get that thing removed. That's only to get it removed after like a year. Yeah, they were pissed. I remember I was trying to tell Morning Glory about it. He's like, no, you were just warned. It's not a strike. I was like, I will send you the snip. I was like, dude, it's a full ass strike. Now, to be fair, I had both bad and good timing. I released it like the day before the Fallout show, and I think that's how they found it, you know, because usually they wouldn't find someone as small as me. And the cool thing is a lot of my Fallout songs also kind of work for Konflikt 47, you know, so it's a radio station you could probably use for both if you really wanted to. Yeah, a lot of people who you see have like 24/7 like music streams. I think they all went out and got the appropriate license. I mean, it's not insanely expensive. It's just like a specialty thing you have to do. So, but like I said, I plan on making if it's just one video, it's fine. So I plan on making like a whole ass like 8-hour long video, you know, of all the songs from Fallout plus all my DJ cut-ins. So that way, if you were play Fallout or if you were playing on the tabletop, you can always just kind of put it on in the background if you want. I don't know. Nice, yeah. The IGA are pretty awesome, lore-wise. They got some cool stuff. And like I told you guys, as you guys know, I'm highly inconsistent with my videos. I try to be better about the streams, but I don't think I'll ever be able to compete with people who do it full time or people who have inside access. So I think when they release second edition of Konflikt 47, if I really like the lore, I'm gonna start covering just the Imperial Japanese stuff, and then I'll probably branch out and do everybody else's. But I'm really going to try and focus in on Imperial Japanese for second edition. But you can have fun with the Imperial Japanese. Like for mine, I took an idea from Red Alert 3, the psychic like schoolgirls they have. So for my Kippatai, I have schoolgirls with submachine guns. What's funny is there's actually historical images of them training, you know, civilians and schoolgirls with weapons for like a final stand in Imperial Japan. So historically, it's fine. And then for Konflikt 47, my logic behind it is they opened these schools to teach these girls to be psychics and read people's minds. Now, what people don't know is it didn't work. Like, it didn't take, you know, it's not very effective. But instead, they lied about it and passed on propaganda that, yes, they can read minds. And they are psychics. So, they just released them as Kippatai. I figure, what better secret police than girls who can, like, read your mind, or supposedly you think can read your mind? So, they're basically, like, scam artists and mentalists, you know, that people lie and say they're psychics. For the sandbags, like I said, I just kind of stick with the paint I have. Oh shit, where'd it go? I had it. A second ago. What are we using here? We're using the ever useful, there we go. The Dunes. He's like, U.S. government still dabbles in it. Edward Danes, yeah. But the cool thing is for the models, I got some like 28mm Sailor Moon models, and my wife's a huge fan of Sailor Moon. So, you know, we got them all painted up, and I just slapped some MP40s in their hands and called it a day. So I sent the video to a couple buddies, but if you guys saw, there's a lot of game trailers out now, right? Which is exciting. But one of them's called a Wild Blue, and it is a straight up fan made version of Star Fox. I'm talking straight up. They changed what they like Power World trailer. They changed what they legally had to, and it looks good. And a lot of people are making these like nostalgic video games. The one thing I wish so bad. That I just read Squidfist's comment and it made me laugh. The one thing I wish they would bring back to video games like RTS, I would crowdfund and pay a unshimmeably amount of money, like GW level money, right? Fine GW models, not what GW has. But I want real-time cutscenes again. I want my Red Alert, I want my Red Alert 1, 2, and 3 cutscenes. Those were so iconic. That was the best part. You're playing your models, you're playing the little RTS top-down models, and you get like a cutscene. It was so cool. Such a cool thing. Admit nothing, deny everything, make counter accusations. Yeah, you say that. I don't even think I'm gonna get my passport in time for the trip. I may have to use my birth certificate, unfortunately. Yeah, for those of you going on the Clash of the Caribbean, because of the closed loop travel, because you're leaving a U.S. port, going to the Bahamas, and immediately returning to the same U.S. port, you don't technically need a passport if you're an American citizen, to clarify. You just have to, you can just show your birth certificate. Nice. Well, all that's about to be painted, so we can get starting to work on the AK beach sand. I knew you were gonna ask that question. Oh man, I knew you were gonna ask that one. It's a good one. I know some people are working and some people have the day off. Anybody else painting or working on anything? I know RK is basically like a model painting factory over there. That guy just keeps cranking stuff out. It's impressive. Meanwhile, I'm still going slow on my only vow. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. I think right now they're doing a 10% off sale because I think coming up soon there's going to be some tariffs if you're ordering UK models from the US. Yeah, every time I log in to catch up on stuff, Shitter Sean's already put all the stuff in. I'm like, well, shit. All right, cool, whatever. I appreciate it. Yeah, I volunteered to try and keep track of all the Penal Legion stuff. And Squigger Sean was nice enough to offer to help, and he just keeps beating me to the punch, which I appreciate. Awesome dude. But like any good man, his help does not come without scrutiny and dark humor, as well it should. Sam Blood Axe, I love it. You can figure out Drew's vow that you're Crockett. Oh, that's awesome. Alright, yeah, I can do that. No, I will not shame Bad Rabbit into making a small vow because I made a small vow, damn it. Small vows are allowed. For those of you who are curious, feel free to make fun of me, but I actually did buy the Citadel texture brush, and I actually like it. I've had it since, God, I don't know, 16 or 17 maybe. So it's long lasting. I like it. May have been overpriced at the time, but I have no complaints. I know some people laugh about these things, but I think it's pretty awesome. I know Shitharder Sean has a vendetta against any Citadel products. Especially when they're products I like. Damn. Relentless with your anti-Citadel hatred. I love it. I think last event I made a pretty big vow. Like, even maybe not points wise, but it was an entire fucking motor pool. I think I did what was it, guys? 7 Chihas, 2 Scorpions, a Ho-Ha half track, a Hago tank, and 1 Kami, but I ended up hitting 2 Kamis. Yeah. That vow burned me for a little while. I haven't wanted to paint another vehicle in a minute. Hey, Matthew, what's going on, buddy? Howdy, howdy. We're working on a piece of terrain. We're using AK terrain beach sand. Getting it on here. I know it looks a little bright, so I keep trying to turn the brightness down so it doesn't blind you off the sand stuff that I'm putting on here. Yeah, same here, Squid Fist. I think that's why I took like literally I took an orc break. Nice. Puns are always welcomed here. I like puns because any chance to make fun of the English language, I think should be encouraged. Since there's so many weird, crazy rules about it. Sorry about the camera. There we go. Yeah, Matthew, I showed Ed Scar the pike and shot from Warlord Games, the 28mm Samurai. I showed him the sprue from that and how that's useful if he ever wants to make like more Konflikt 47 themed Imperial Japanese. You need to go with your compression rifles. So I think he'll probably start using those as well. I really like the more people leaning into like the samurai style theme for the Konflikt 47 Imperial Japanese. I think it's pretty cool. Oh, Squiggle to Sean, you're relentless, good sir. Ah, here's a funny. I'm as American as apple pie or apple strudel, I guess. I always found that saying funny since like apple pie originated in other countries. Damn, now I really want apple strudel. But now I can't have it without imagining that scene from Inglourious Bastards. Yeah, I think I know the guy he makes those. They look like Krieg mixed with like samurai. They're a really cool like Warhammer 40k style Imperial Guard infantry. If you're a culinary fan, an interesting thing to dig into is look into American Chinese food. Like Chinese food and obviously the stuff we have here, American Chinese food, is wildly different. And you start looking, like, do an actual like deep dive into how they did their whole franchise system and understand how there's never Chinese restaurants in like the same spot competing and how they all have similar menus and similar pictures. They almost have like franchise kits. It's really, really cool and interesting to read about. Alright, take care, Jenny. Oh, it's Trooper's taking off. I thought it was Jenny. Take it easy, Trooper. But yeah, I was thinking about battle armor. You're right, that's what they were called. They were calling them battle suits. But take it easy, brother. Yeah, there's so many dishes that are just absolutely American made. Like are American designed, you know? I always found that super interesting. Yeah, I like this sand, but I mean, it really is beach sand. I know that sounds like cliche to say, but I'm talking like real, like clumpy, kind of like white sand, if that makes sense. This is definitely not desert sand. It almost looks more like kind of like windswept beach dunes style sand, where it all just kind of like piles on top of each other. I think everybody misses old History Channel, ironically. Ironically, at the best History Channel is history. The weird thing, and I'm not against, like, I think the whole alien thing should be on the Sci-Fi Channel, but history is interesting enough that you don't have to make up shit, you know? You don't have to do, like, oh, ancient aliens, you know, or modern marvels. Like, there's nothing, a modern Marvel shouldn't be on History Channel, you know, like this. You know, I was not really mad at myself, but I was like judging myself when I bought this. Like, I can't believe I bought a piece of plastic, you know, for the price. I forgot what price it was, but clearly it was a little bit more expensive than plastic should be. Like I said, as much as I give shit to the thing, I've used it for years and I still have it. It's still insanely useful. It's like, ironically enough, one of the better hobbying purchases I've gotten. Yep, it really is. Oh yeah, mail call, locked and loaded. Just all the different. I think there was like dogfight was one that was really cool. There's so many good ones. What's cool is a lot of the Army and Navy surplus stores around me, like they have like tapes and like they literally have like like Abi or knockoff copy DVDs of mail call. They just keep playing like through their TVs in the store on loop. It's pretty cool. No, Speaker, I haven't heard that. I mean, I know, you know, I know like pad thai is not actual pad thai. I know General Tso's isn't actually a real dish. It's inspired, but it's not a real dish. Orange chicken is American. Egg foo young is American. Fortune cookies are American. But there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, it's still good food, you know? Yep, chop suey, that's another one. What's weird is like they know there's a market for it. You can go. I don't know. Maybe it's just my YouTube algorithm because I'm a nerd. But you go on YouTube and like anything that does histories, they make really good views. Like I think there's that British guy who works at the British military museum, and he always does like firearms of like whatever video game or whatever show, and those things always have a shit ton of views. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned tile grout. That's kind of what this paint has a consistency of. It almost feels more like frosting a cake, kind of. But it dries really well. It almost feels like it's almost like a latex based. I know it says acrylic, but it almost feels like latex with all the sand in there or the grit. But I like the effect it has when it dries. So. All right. Sorry, I was working on that. This is what we're looking at so far. Yeah, I'm glad I painted first and flapped down the sand so the sand can kind of like naturally go over it as well. It's kind of cool. He's like, dang, now I'm hungry now, right? I see you, mosquito bastard. I always have my door open when I rattle can paint things, so mosquitoes always fly in. All right, I think that's the front beach sufficiently finished. We'll let that kind of dry. I think we're gonna work on the back beach now. You always gotta keep the back beach, you know. No. Anytime I have rice. So it's funny. Mrs. Tiki does not like the smell of cooked spam. I don't blame her. I get it. But I'm partial to spam musubi. A lot. So any chance I can get to make spam musubi, that's where all of my rice goes. All right, working on terrain. I know, not as sexy as painting a actual model, but you know, it's gotta get done. Terrain. So I was thinking about that classic Twilight Zone episode. You know, the ever classic irony of the guy who just wants to read his book, but it keeps bothering him. You know, then he accidentally like goes to the bank vault, and the bombs drop, and he's alive. He comes out, and everyone's dead, so there's no one there to bother him. So he goes to the library, and he's all excited. He can read, and has a whole library full of books to read, and then he breaks his glasses. It's not fair. It's not fair. There was time. I feel like if that was me, I would have enough backlog of models to paint and build, but more importantly, terrain. I have so much unbuilt terrain. I'd be like, oh, there's finally time. I literally found an entire like trove of TT combat terrain that I have still in the shrink wrap that's not built, not even available for purchase anymore. Like I'm like, oh, this is awesome. Korean and German, that is quite a fusion for cooking. But I can see the similarities, actually. Such a classic episode. Like, I imagine like a somewhat modern remake is like some guy never gets to play like whatever video game you want, like Madden or whatever it is, you know, and then finally the bombs drop and he's finally alone and he just hauled his like Xbox down to like to the basement or whatever. He's like, finally, and he turns it on and he gets the red ring of death. No, it's not fair. There was finally enough time. Oh, that'd be so great, man. He had all the snacks and all the games lined up. Very accurate modernization. God, could you imagine? Like, imagine never having gotten to have time to play, you know, Fallout New Vegas or any of the Mass Effects or Knights of the Old Republic 2. You know, imagine just having all these games stacked up, like Final Fantasy 7. Like, oh, there's finally time, you know. Then Red Ring of Death. But yeah, as far as I'm amazed you with that valve so fast, RK. Oh, you know what, CB Cooper, you're right. That's the modernization. Requires update, or you sit down, you finally have time to play like single player, and it's like needs internet connection. Like, no, I just want to play single player. Requires constant online connection. Oh my god. I still remember my first Steam game. I remember buying it in a box from Best Buy. It's like the last time Best Buy had a really good I used to love perusing Best Buy's like computer game section back in the day. I'm talking like early 2000s, late 90s. So I bought this game. It was my first game that was ever on quote unquote Steam. For me, it was The Ship, and this was in like 07. It's really cool. It's like a murder game, obviously on a ship. I remember the whole like you need an online connection. I was like, for what? I couldn't believe it at the time. I was like, no, I'll just put in the disc and we're good. Like, or I'll put in the CD and we're good. I have no idea what happened to that Steam account. I ended up making a whole new Steam account when I graduated tech school, when I went into the military in like 2010. I made it just to play Left 4 Dead 2 because a bunch of guys want to play Left 4 Dead 2. Or no, it's Left 4 Dead 1, I think. Left 4 Dead 2 just came out. Can't remember. Now my Steam library is ridiculously huge. Ashamedly so. I don't know if anybody else has that problem as well. So I think I mentioned this last stream. I'm actually looking at a new site. They actually reached out because I ordered something from somebody else's website, somebody else's YouTube channel. I ordered some merch from. So this site reached out, and they also do merch. They also sell merch, and it looks like they're a little bit more reliable than Teespring. So I'm gonna take a look at their store, and if I like it, I'll probably close down my Teespring shop. Because I have to redo everything on there anyways, you know, because they ran out of that one type of shirt apparently. So I was gonna have to redo everything anyway, so I may be moving types of product over there. They may not have everything the exact same that I can make over there, so if there's anything on the shop now you like, I'd recommend getting it. So I'll probably end up closing it here pretty soon. So I think I said that last stream. I just want to put that out there. That way people don't check it one day like, hey, what happened? I'm like, oh, it's gone, you know. All right, we let that dry for a little bit. Before I continue the part in the middle. All right. Sorry, I was just catching up on something. Oh, all right. This is kind of a beach to paint. It looks like the back is gonna come out kind of the way I want, kind of like stacked sand. But I think the front looks a little. Damn! I forgot that was wet. Son of a bitch. Son of a beach. Damn! I missed it. It was right there, and I missed it. That would've been great. But the front looks a little too icing, so I gotta go back and put a little bit more on the front. Alright. Let's get back to working on this guy. Yeah, turn your trench sections into chia pets. The tabletop adoption 2142 would be kind of cool. I would love to see a, I mean, you can argue Konflikt 47 really is like a tabletop version of Red Alert, but, I don't know. The more I think about it, I want to see Trench Crusade, but like epic scale. I want to see huge trenches and like 15 millimeter, you know, like, what is that World War II game? Flames of War, I want to say? Like Flames of War scale, you know, but for World War I think it'd be cool as shit. All I'm doing now is just patting down some sand on there and make it a little bit more, look a little bit more sand-like and less kind of like frosting on there. But I keep hitting this part when we turn back around and fix this part. It does take a hot minute to dry though, so make sure you're not going anywhere for a while. You don't need to do anything. We'll keep that there. That way, you know, in case anyone feels like it's a nice little product placement. Yeah, but have you guys been enjoying all the content coming out? It seems like a lot of people. I say a lot of people. It seems like some people have gotten. It seems like some people have gotten their Konflikt 47 starter kits. I think they're only allowed to take pictures of the box. They're not allowed to talk about what's inside or the rules or anything else like that. But it seems pretty interesting so far. I think I've seen Wood Imp and Morty and Glory got theirs, so that's pretty cool. I'm sure Valrak got his. I'm sure there'll be some people here stateside who got them. am actually doing this on stream. But what unit for Conflict 47 or what upcoming rule are you guys looking the most forward to, do you think? Or I guess if not that, what has you concerned? Yeah, basically like little personal walking tankettes. That is actually pretty damn cool. Cool idea. Very, very German. Like I said, they're a great way to lean into like what would be, you know, third Reiki sci-fi high-tech stuff. Well, should hurt Sean if you lived in Florida, that wouldn't be an issue. You know, I don't know what to tell you, buddy. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I agree with you. Got noodles. Nice. Yeah, the Ghostwalker kit, I think they're going to lean, like with their promotional art they put out, they're going to lean a lot more the traditional Japanese style design and less like the crouching dragon design, like the underwater suit. So my Cult of Imhotep, they're using first edition German rules. So the mummies are Totencore. They're not painted, but here, let me show you. I have no idea where all these guys are. They're kind of scattered. I have these shorter werewolves with like Anubis heads as like Anubis warriors. These Anubis warriors will be my Shrek Wolfen, and that's really it. That's the only thing I really changed. Yeah, I wanna pre-order some Rift dice, but I wish they put out some kind of documentation on how Rift dice are working. As far, I mean, they did put out a little bit of story, but I'm saying like as far as like what colors are what. You know how like order dice, you can use any order dice you want, but you know how like some are kind of geared towards certain factions. Like there's the Finnish, you know, colored dice. There's the Soviet dice. There's the gray one for the Germans. The different shades of green. You know what I mean? As far as like order dice, you know, the Imperial Japanese have the white and red. I wish they'd be like, hey, you can use any Rift dice you want, but these colors are for certain factions, so I know which one to buy. For the Imperial Japanese, I hate to buy like one color, then that'd be the color everyone used, and we're both stuck with. Like, I want to obviously get green for like Tiki, you know, but I hate to get green, and then the other people, and that become like the color for the Green Vault, the Germans. So when I try and play my first game, we both have green Rift dice. I'm like, oh, what the fuck? Hey, what's going on, bots? Hey! What's going on, Next Fit? How you doing, buddy? You caught us. We're it's a little boring, but we're actually just working on some terrain right now. Glad you can make a stream, Next Fit. I know you're crazy busy, not just with your own streaming, but with your job and sleeping and stuff like that. So I'm glad you can make a stream. Yeah, if you guys didn't know, Next Vid Tabletop, he also does streaming. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think roughly around like 5 o'clock Eastern in the morning. He does cool stuff. He's always working on either Infinity or Warhammer 40k stuff. That fanfic sounds awesome, Bot. I'd love to hear about it. As far as wearing the certain dress, not so much that. It's you don't want your order dice to be the same color because it kind of makes defeat the purpose of like pulling them out of the bag and the two different kinds. You know, that's why like experienced people who've been playing for a while have like 2 sets of order dice just in case the colors are the same. But also with Rift dice, it's the new mechanic for Konflikt 47. We're not sure how it's gonna work yet. 4 to 4:30. I was close. Yeah, they have different types of Rift dice available for order, but they didn't say what color goes to which faction or if it matters yet, so I'm kind of like holding off. But I may just end up reordering here pretty soon from my local friendly gaming store. What we're working on right now is our little beach DFP for this goes on one of our 3 maps for our bolt action event coming up. There's gonna be a beach landing map, a jungle ruins map, and a abandoned airfield map. So I have most of the terrain done. I still got some paint to do on some of the others, but this is one of the models I found that I'm like, oh yeah, let me get working on this. We're using this awesome AK terrain beach sand. I'm a huge fan of it. I like it for my special naval landing force. It's a fun way to kind of base my my IJN army. I don't know, saying IJN army sounds weird, so I'm going to say like IJN force, or I'll just say SNILF. So we're just saying Imperial Japanese Navy Army. It's almost like saying a cat card, you know, or any one of those, or a restricted, or a RAB badge, restricted area badge. It's kind of silly. So it's not white. It's this insane lighting I have. Hold on, let's see if I cut the lighting. Yeah, so if I cut my lighting, it's not as white as you think it is. It's just I have like a really bright light. But it does look like I want to say like Clearwater sand or like Pensacola. It's like Pensacola style sand, like real sugar sand. So it looks real fine, but it's definitely like cream off-white. Put down the major parts here, then we'll go in with the other side of the tool and get in all the nooks and crannies. We painted the wooden little duck boards and the sandbags first, so when we put the sand down, the sand kind of goes over and it kind of looks a little bit more natural, kind of like just wind blown sand. That's why you have like this part here where like the sand's kind of already gone over the sandbag. Yeah, very similar to the Bahamas, yeah. Which ironically enough, you know, that's where our event's going. We have the Clash of the Caribbean 2025. It's a 2-day bolt action cruise. Myself, RK, Doc Ginger, and Bad Rabbit are all going. We're excited. We're actually going from West Palm Beach, Florida, to Nassau, Bahamas. I prefer Freeport. I prefer that dock. It's a little less crowded, a little more local, you know. Some people don't like it because it is very local. It's not very touristy, but excited. And also, let me go ahead and, for those of you who don't know or aren't a part of it, let me go ahead and drop a link to the Konflikt 47 Discord. So this is the unofficial Discord for all over the world. We use it a lot to talk about Konflikt 47 things. I highly recommend it. It's pretty awesome. But yeah, I definitely want to do a Konflikt 47 events. It just, if the new edition wouldn't have been out in time, it would have been like just in between the editions, or the new edition would have just came out. It's not really fair to do. So we're keeping this one bolt action, but it's very precursor to Konflikt 47 style bolt action, you know. So I'm kind of going with what you're talking about, bots. As far as like fanfics for Konflikt 47, ours is kind of set in the whole storyline of Central America, South America, and the Caribbean, and kind of the different factions fighting over that area, and an alternate history of World War II. So it's actually a lot of fun. I'm using the fictional island of Woohoo. Anyone who's ever played like Wii Sports, you know, or Wii Resort knows exactly the island I'm talking about. It makes a fun little fictional island where everyone kind of knows the layout, you know, or most people are kind of familiar with it. So that's kind of the fictional island we're fighting over in the Caribbean. But if you're curious about Konflikt 47, I definitely recommend checking out the Discord. Like I say, because it's free. And it's not Reddit. So, you know, it's got two good things going for it. I know some of the moderators. They're actually pretty chill. You know, you're not going to run into your usual terrible, power-hungry, you know, neckbeard moderators. They're actually pretty chill, pretty friendly. A lot of good information in there. There's a cool thing for YouTube creators for Konflikt 47. Everyone who makes videos kind of drops them in there. So, it's really neat. It's one of the fun things to say. I didn't create it. I did not, because as Square Cutter Sean points out, I can't run shit very well. But I was contacted by the guy who created it, and I've been part of it since the very beginning. So I've always tried to promote, you know, the Discord itself, and it's grown very, very quickly. And anything I post, I always put, to be fair, I put links in my local group, the Volunteer Gator Cavalry. I put links in there first. You know, you gotta support the boys in your locals first. But that's always the second place I put any link to anything I've done. So they always get like, you'll get information there for anything I do long before I probably do it, before I post it anywhere else. I'm active in the Morning Glory Discord. but I'm also pretty active. I try and be active in that one. I said try, shitharder Sean. Don't even. I try. So once we get the center part down, I'm gonna go and check on the boats that I have rattle cans. I'm gonna flip them over and hit them with a second coat on the underside. They're just small, kind of like local canoes. I can use them for multiple games, you know. But I figured it'd be kind of nice to have them up on the beach, kind of like fishermen who kind of like just bring their stuff ashore for a little while, then take it back out the next day. Kind of have it up over some fires and shit like that. Give you a little bit more scatter terrain on the beach, so you're not out there just like right in the marks of someone's guns. I think everyone's heard me bitch enough about the Battle of Berlin game me and RK had to go to. It's like Fatal Funnel, the tabletop simulator. The guy who put it on was super nice. I still chat with him. Nice guy. Always good with the price support. Very spoils the hell out of us, which is always nice. Speaking of which, I have some critique from RK and from a buddy of mine, Zern. You guys know his channel, Zern Central. Great dude. And so I'm going to edit a few things on the website for Clash of the Caribbean. I'm going to kick it over to Warlord Games. Just so they're aware. I'm going to tell them, we don't need price support. We're good. But please don't sue me. So we'll see what they say. That's what that $24 is on the screen. That's all the money you guys have raised from like merch purchases for use at the event. That's likely to go towards like pizza and like drinks during the actual event. The cafeteria, like the actual like food and the dining hall is all free, but you know what? Actually, now that I think about it, oh yeah, pizza's free in the chow, but if you want a whole slice or a whole pie, they'll make you a whole pie. You gotta pay for it. It's not very much, but more importantly, it'll likely go towards drinks, so we can all be sufficiently lubricated during the event. That's a recent upgrade the ship made. Their pizza's amazing, by the way, but now it's free as part of the dining facility, and they just replaced the pizza place with a sushi place. I do, yeah, I call pizzas pies. Yeah. Don't know where I got that from, somewhere in my travels. I'm sure that'll be another piece of evidence for shitherder Sean to put in the dossier. I am sending it, I will tell you, Sean, I'm sending it to the link that Mordian gave me. I'm going to address it to whom it concerns. But let me check what that old British dude sent me. Where is this? I will be emailing it to influencers at warlordgames.com. Because I can never figure out who's the boss. I think it used to be Kyrian, not someone else. I'm not on the inside, I'm not on the know, and that's fine, so I'm just gonna kick it over there. Yeah, Well, so something that's hard to pick apart the vernacular of those who served, particularly if they served for a while or served for a while outside of the U.S. is it's all dependent upon who you're in close proximity with, because you'll pick up terms from other people you served with. You know, because some terms are just easier and better and faster to use, and so you'll see yourself using certain language that you never really would have. Like, you hang out with enough NorCal guys, you'll start saying hella. Or, you know, I had a supervisor who was from Boston, so every now and then, like, wicked would work itself into your dialect. So, because we live in such close proximity and we're so alienated sometimes, I think it directly affects your diction more than you think it does. Same thing with the actual military jargon as well. A lot of times that'll work itself into it. And again, that also comes from whatever culture you're in. So if you're in any other kind of first responder culture, a lot of times like 10 codes will replace common speech. You know, it's just whatever culture you embed yourself in. Sorry, I didn't know my drink was that loud. I heard it on my playback. I was like, oh, Jesus. Clearly I need a refill of rum and coke. Oh, I haven't heard tracking in a minute. Tracking is armed. When someone says tracking, I know for about 80% that they're probably Army or prior Army. Tracking is a very, very Army term. I did use the term like you tracking. I'd say that all the time, but I wouldn't say like, oh, I'm tracking sir, tracking sergeant. I'd be like, hey, you tracking? Yeah, it's very interesting how your vernacular can change. Good to go. I generally relate to, I see that a lot with Marines. But again, that's all just in my time. That time's long gone. That's basically smoothbore muskets and bayonets. You know, who knows what we're doing nowadays. Well, it's also funny because if you... I'm trying to see, how do I say this without Squigger or Sean jumping down my throat. If you've ever worked for multiple organizations and you've ever like switch organizations, you know, switch branches and stuff like that, generally whatever branch, I found this in my own experience, whatever branch you did your transition in, like wherever you first started, you know, like the first branch you did boot camp in or something like that, the first time you basically got reprogrammed, you'll have a lot of words that get stuck into you from that you'll carry to other branches. Like, because I started in the Navy Naval Reserve all the way until the end of my career, even now I still use terms like belay my last and shit like that. So whatever you initially got, like not commissioned, whatever you got like minted in, like created in or forged in, forged is a much better term. Whatever you're first forged in, you know, there'll be some terms in there that are just ingrained in you that'll stick with you, even if you jump branches, which is always kind of funny. I have not heard of Behoove in a hot minute. We're just filling sand in here. That's all we're doing. Just a day at the beach. Getting this all nice and sandy. Once it's done, we'll add in some extra sand on some of the other places and then just let it dry, and I'll have a nice piece of terrain for RK to kill somebody over. And no, I'm not still salty. That RK had to be the one to teach me how effective submachine guns were in 3rd edition. You should have seen the look of surprise on my face. Hopefully I was still friendly. I like to think I'm friendly. But I had like a group of 10 veterans, right? All with rifles. I'm like, yo, I got this. And I got into close combat with his I don't even know what the fuck they were. Some type of, they weren't Gurkhas either. They're just like British veterans, I think, with submachine guns. But he took the vengeance rule, I think. Oh god. That shit was lethal. I learned my lesson quick. I was like, huh. Close combat's a little bit different. It went down kind of like that scene from Last Samurai where what was that? The Meiji forces rolled out the Gatling gun. That's about what it felt like. I was like, huh, times have changed. Yeah, Stevie Cooper. That's 100% a that is a militarism. So repeat is that'll be used for when you're doing a call for fire to do again that last same fire mission. And several generations later, in all branches, it's still something you don't say. And also another one is particularly if you've worked either in the Air Force, Army Aviation, or the Marine Corps Air Wing, you do not say clear over a net. You never use the word clear over a radio. And that comes from, aircraft are waiting for ATC to let them know that, hey, runway, whatever is clear. And so you never want to make sure that anything could bleed across one net to the other net or anything like that. So that's another thing we drill into people. You don't say repeat, you don't say clear. Still a little wet. Alright, that's fine. Alright, here we go. It's starting to look like a day at the beach. Oh man, yeah, that's a kiss of death. Whoever says the Q word, nope. There you go. Not too bad. Kind of looks like a. I know it looks brighter than it is. So let's see if I can dig with the light here. Trying to see what color will bring out the actual color of the sand here. There you go. Hopefully that looks a little less white. This late at night. Totally understandable, Jenny. No worries. But yeah, hopefully that kind of looks like, I mean, there's still a little bit more I got to go in and fill in. You know, some smaller bits here and there. But yeah, hopefully, there you go. There's terrain beach sand from AK. It looks a lot less white in person. Yeah, it's kind of perfect. I don't want it to be too deep either. I want it to be like someone built into placement there, but then like no one ever landed there, so I just kind of like left it there and like never really went back and repaired it or manned it, you know? And then suddenly there's a landing like, oh shit, gets the emplacement. Like, you mean that thing we dug out like a month ago? And it's all like covered in sand and shit, so I think it would be perfect. It looks like cheese. Yeah, I can see that. Like, caught it. Like, I just slapped like cottage cheese on there. Yeah. It does look a little bit different once it kind of like dries, but like I said, I still have a little bit more to add. But let's start basing this guy. I think that's all he has left. All he has left done is just basing. It's kind of perfect. So the two types of basing that I'm working on, so I do 3 different types. For most of my models, like I said, I paint quantity over quality. So for some basing, I just go for a green basing. For my green basing, I literally just use a couple coats of this apple barrel Christmas green because it's matte. It takes about 2 to 3 coats to get a nice dark green, and then I just hit it with some grass tufts and call it a day. Doesn't look the best, but it is a basing, you know. For my convicts, my Siberian Terrors, I'm going to be trying something new, where I'll be doing that same color of green, but I'll also be putting down a water PVA mix, and I'll be dipping it in Italian spices, you know, and then sealing that with Mod Podge spray. So, fuck you, Sean. Oh, God. And then for my Imperial Japanese, I'll get up in, here, let me get that model so I can show it. Not the biggest fan of basing. I showed the Imperial Japanese Navy guys. You can kind of see like it's sand on the front, water on the back. But basing can tell a story as well. It kind of shows it's like another chance of visual storytelling, you know. So I try and do a little bit with that. with my monster or horror units, like my Ursa Infantry or zombies or Totem Core, I generally use brown paint, and then I'll put like Stirland mud or battle mire on it, you know, and sometimes like burned out tufts of grass to kind of give more of like that cemetery look, you know. So also, is this light working a little bit better for you guys? Like, it's actually like an amber light, but I think my camera amplifies it, so let me know if this is a little less bright for you guys. I know usually I have my lights on bright, so it looks like anything that's like tan or white comes off like blinding. For basing it, what I try and go with is to be perfectly honest, low effort. I want something that's repeatable for 200 to 300 soldiers, you know. Oh, same thing for my orcs. If you haven't seen the way I do my orcs, I cut up pieces of cork and I glue the cork on the base. I hit everything with a spray primer of Xandri dust, and then I go over the cork with a texture paint. I gotta find where it is. With one of these texture paints, and then I cover everything in that Argoso Dunes, a couple coats, and that gives like a very apocalyptic style, like desert base. And again, not too crazy, not too expensive, not too much effort. Cutting up some cork, you know, spray priming everything, putting a little bit of texture paint on the cork to make them look more like rocks, and then just putting a contrast paint over everything. Well, it's also why I use much lower grade or lower tier paint for basing. You know, like again, I'm using this apple barrel stuff that I've had for a long time. I say that, but then again, my Imperial Japanese Navy, that basing is a little bit more complex. Like I said, half of it's this, you know, the beach sand. The other half is, so for the other half, I painted like ultramarine blue, and then I get PVA glue and I put like down a thin layer of PVA glue, and I'll let it semi-dry. And then I paint over it again with blue. And when I let that paint kind of trap that little bubbly glue layer in there, then I do little white stripes to kind of show like the surf, you know? And it kind of gives it like this weird water, like very easy to achieve water effects. That's interesting. I want to show you guys something. I never noticed this until just now. See if I can get the camera close up where you guys can see. Let me see if it'll focus on his shoulder. Focus, camera. Focus. Trying to get it to focus. Okay, there you go. You can kind of see it on his shoulder. His shoulder has the design of the American emblem. The one that they put out for 2nd edition. It looks like it's already kind of on his shoulder. I don't know if that's just me seeing it, you know, like seeing the Virgin Mary in toast, but that's kind of cool. Bowling for models there. Anything break? Nope, good. While we're waiting for his basing, that first layer to dry, it takes a long time. Let me start working on this other guy. So far we're not sure about that. For 2nd edition, I don't want to say something and give you bad information. I'm not sure how they're going to do it with 2nd edition between the US and the Marines. I'm not sure if they'll have similar stuff. You know, maybe some special, kind of like how they do it in version 3 of Bolt Action. Not sure how they're going to do it in 2nd edition Konflikt 47. But usually the Marines, they're known for their pond skaters. Yeah, they're really leaning in hard to the Fireflies, which makes sense. It seems something that's very unique to them that they can kind of like copyright and specialize in that no one's really going to steal from them, so that kind of works. Trying to figure out how I want to paint him because he has like armor and shit like that, you know? Hold on. That's good to hear. I'm glad that they're easy to put together. Usually I saw a lot of their newer kits are, and pretty easy to paint as well, so. I don't want to speak for like other people, but I think the thing I know myself and maybe some other people are looking for Konflikt 47 wasn't necessarily like new or better sculpts. I mean, that is cool. It's a happy change, but I think more affordability. I think just going to plastic itself is going to be huge. Putting on the second coat of this matte Christmas green on this base. I think once I do that, I'm going to take a quick little break, get some extra, get a refill of rum and Coke, and come back. God, $1 per point, I cannot imagine. Oof. That's rough. All right, team. I will be right back in about 5 minutes, or just gonna get a refill. All right, and we are back. Sorry, I needed a nice little refill there. For those who are curious, we are drinking, I think it's Pepsi Zero is what it's called. I don't know. Pepsi Zero with a Bacardi mango chili rum. It's really good. Sounds odd, but it's like a spicy rum and coke. It's really good. Oof, that is a fun little bite to it. Looks like our sand's dried on the front of this. The middle is pretty thickly done. It's gonna take a long time to dry, but the back should almost be done. Yeah, I would never be able to catch up on my shame of gray if I had a printer. I still have so much. Same thing. That's the fun thing about orcs too, is I'm slowly building up an orc army, right? I actually almost have my 500 points painted, you know. Then I'll move up to 1,000. But to be fair, a good chunk of that is the 10 orcs that Shudder Sean painted for me that look absolutely amazing. But the cool thing is I do like rescuing orcs on eBay. Because a lot of people just give up on their orcs, or they get too many orcs, and they just sell them and just like destroyed, half painted, half broken, like lots. They're one of the few Warhammer Before Decay armies that you can still find like lots of on eBay. It'll just be like a bag of just like orc shit. Like, yes. That's fun. Alright, so for him, I think we're going to go green on his helmet and his armor. I think underneath it's going to be tan. And then we'll do leather for the leather. That should work. I remember being when I was young, before I could ever like afford to get into the hobby. I remember just like cruising around on Daka. Toon Kings, man, Toon Kings were always one of the armies I could just sit there and stare at. I always thought Toon Kings always looked the coolest. You could maybe look at partisans. I think they may have rules for like looted vehicles. That may be your best option for your girls in Panza. You just probably won't be able to use like a Japanese tank. You could probably still use like a Chiha or a Hago, but just count it as another tank that has similar rules. Hey, what's going on, RK? Oh, you missed my drink, RK. I'm drinking a rum and coke with the rum. It's nothing fancy, but it's a Bacardi. Sorry about that. It's a Bacardi rum with its mango and chili. It's actually really good. Just that does remind me of my favorite quote from Swiss Middle. Sorry, it was silent for a little while. I was dealing with my dog. When they're partying with the holy men, it's like, hey, here's the Jack and Coke. You take this. He's like, oh, what's that crunchy part? That'll be the Coke. All right. So yeah, we're gonna do his armor bits green, leave his uniform tan, and then just hit the leather brown. The leather is needed. Nice. This guy's Tesla Gauntlet. This is the model you got with the first book. I was nice enough to receive it from Squeakhearter Sean, who's awesome. Yeah, it does look like creamed corn or cottage cheese, something like that. In person, when it dries, it looks a little bit better. And that'll be a nice piece of terrain, you know, that'll grant you light cover. For those of you who haven't seen the website or looking at the rules, the way we do it is heavy cover is only granted to you for our version of bolt action if you're in a building or behind an armored vehicle. All right, let's do a couple more bits of his armor, and then looks like the other Captain America guy there is ready for another base coat. And then when that third base coat dries, we'll start gluing on the tufts of grass, and his base will be done. And I'll be one step closer to finishing my Val, so shit herder Sean gets off my ass. What he reminds me of, countless hours of playing Sarge's Heroes. Like, I loved all the Armyman games. I think I started with, like, Armyman 2 and on. You know, all the Air Assaults and Sarge's Heroes and all the ones like that. But he reminds me a lot of, like, the stereotypical Sarge from, like, Sarge's Heroes. Armor building, but an open-topped vehicle. Yeah, the tank animation is done, but then they start drifting tanks, and you're like, okay, that's right, this is an anime, I remember now. Agent Gupta. Oh, man. That was funny. So use them to alarm reinforcements. Yeah, they can be diggers, like from Gorka Morka. The model is super damn cool. You know, it's very generous of Squigger Sean to send it to me. I said he's actually a really, really cool model. Ark, have you finished all your tropical Germans? Alright, he's ready for his tertiary coat. Ooh, or the Schwimmwagons. If they ended up being the right scale, you got some Schwimmwagons. He's like, no. I don't want to paint my tropical Germans. You can't make me. Oh shit, Squigfist. Got a legit chuckle out loud from me. That was a good one. Oh, that was a good one. That's the kind of humor I love. That's why I love this stream. I love the late night show feel of the stream. You know, kind of anything goes. Good times. And when I say late night, I mean like the old, like really funny ones, you know, when it was funny. All right, there we go. That's three coats. Wow, I can't talk. So when that dries, we'll go ahead and glue on the grass tufts. And it gives it kind of a very, I don't know, like lazy tropical kind of basing. It works on me different kind of tabletop, so it works. Vigil Brothers. I do love Vigil Brothers. Yeah, I miss classic Adult Swim. Space Ghost Coast to Coast, Aqua Teen Hunger Force, Venture Brothers. It was just a different kind of humor. Aqua Teen Hunger Force, that's something I can watch. Yeah, that metal, it was good too. So that was the cool thing, is you had like your foundation, your base level shows, and there's always a weird show that everybody liked that was like kind of unique to them, you know? Like I like C Lab 2021, you know, some people like Metalocalypse, some people like I don't know, there's so fucking many. There's always shows coming and going, you know, and people absolutely would love them. Some people like Harvey Birdman, like everybody had like their own personal thing they enjoyed. C Lab 2021 was damn good. Home movies, yeah. So that's the cool thing. If you go back and you watch Bob's Burgers, season 1 of Bob's Burgers, the first couple episodes, you can really feel the home movies vibes. Like, you know, a lot of the same voice actors, a lot of the same writing. You can feel that kind of comedy tempo. Later on, it shifts. Somebody else got in charge. There's a lot more singing and a lot more like kind of weird stuff. It's not bad, it's just a different level of humor. But the first couple episodes of Bob's Burgers feels exactly like that good old home movies vibe. Oh yeah, classic Robot Chicken. Oh yeah, C Lab 2021 is fucking hilarious. If you like Archer, you'll like C Lab 2021. But no, I watched an unhealthy amount of Aqua Teen Hunger Force. I remember. I forgot what they did, but they're on trial by the trees. And the trees have Carl hanging upside down. Every time they need paper, they rip skin off of his back That's like how you get like paper from trees. So they like rip off paper and they start writing like, oh wait, no, this one has a hair on it. I gotta get another sheet. He's like, no, it's fine, it's fine. They like rip off another section of flesh off of Carl, and he's like screaming in the trees. And then like Frylock comes and like pretends to be their lawyer, but then like hits him with his eye beams. He's like, man, you're lucky those trees are dumb. You guys are guilty as hell. But I think my favorite episode has to be the Brood Witch sandwich. Holy shit, that shit's awesome. If you ever watch one Aqua Teen Hunger Force, you gotta watch the Brood Witch sandwich. It is probably, to me, it's the classic Aqua Teen Hunger Force episode. Yeah, no, I picked them off. You cannot pick off. Don't you tell me to be where, I'll tell you where to be. That's out of my face. Oh god, the Brood Witch sandwich. It was. But with that, and with Sea Live 2021, the easier show to probably get a hold of is Archer. If you've never seen Archer, I cannot endorse Archer enough. So the main seasons are really good up until he hits a coma. Once he starts going into like Dreamland, I mean Danger Island's really good, but some of the other ones can be kind of weird. And then sadly, a lot of the actors and actresses started passing away because a lot of them were pretty old when the show started. So the show's kind of like lost its way a little bit. Only not out of bad writing or not out of any fault of anybody. It's just life. You know, people passed away, which is sad. But Archer is a damn good show, and it actually can give you some pretty good Konflikt 47 vibes because it's very anachronistic and very vague about what timeline it is. Like, is it the Cold War? Is it after the Cold War? It like purposely doesn't say and jokes around about it all the time. Yeah, Toonami was awesome, especially Midnight Run. So that's what I try to get with this whole stream. I stream late because it kind of works for my schedule, but it was also kind of like fill that void, you know, of the old, you know, Toonami and Adult Swim, kind of like super late at night. Something to kind of log in and do. It's kind of fun. If you happen to be awake and you can't sleep, you can log in, kind of hang out for a while. We get some painting done. We tell some jokes, reminisce, swap stories. Figure if I stream late at night, I'm not stepping on anybody else's streaming toes, you know? I don't have to worry about what I cover, because, you know, I'm not taking anything away from anybody else. I mean, you have the whole thing of working mid-shift my whole career. It's also out of sight, out of mind of, like, YouTube or other companies and things like that, so I think it kind of works well. Alright, take it easy, shit her, Sean. I got your message, I'll take care of it. And yes, Sam Axe is 100% a role model, in case you're curious. Take it easy, brother. Thanks again for the model, I appreciate it. Codename with Duchess. Hey, what's going on, buddy? Good morning. Welcome to the chat. We are working on a model sent to me from Shitherder Sean, who just logged off for the night. This is Captain Samuel Slammers. We are waiting for the base coats on this guy to dry before we glue on the green grass tufts. And we painted this. I had it for a long time actually. I just spray primered it with Xandri dust, and then I did the wood first, then the sandbags, and then we started doing sand with AK Tran beach sand. I bet, man. I grew up with scouting. I know how tiring that can be. It's good that you do that, though. This actually came from Anvil Industries. So, if you ever order from them, if you're in the States, it could take a little while to get there. But I think they're UK based. But no, in their little like historical World War II line, they actually have this, you know, Temu Captain America. It's pretty cool. You get 2 different shields. You get a round shield. You can do a round shield if you want, but I went for the more classic, you know, other shield. He has a gas mask, and on the back he has a Tesla cudgel. So you can run him as this guy basically if you want, as a Captain Samuel Slammers, which is kind of nice. I'm running him as just one of the Paragons for one of my Paragon squads. I also have the Shadow. I'm so excited to see those Squid Fists, the technicals. Those are going to be awesome. Thanks. I just finished this little arc reactor power pack on his back here. Alright, let me paint his gauntlet, and then by that time, Captain America's basing should be done, and we'll get his grass tufts on there, and he'll be done. Then we gotta work on this guy, finish up the mummies, and I'll be done with my first foul. So my mummies are my counts as Totem Core for my Cult of Imhotep army, which is my German army for Konflikt 47. I just painted them like the Cult of Imhotep from the Mummy movies. No, for me, I got these. These are, I want to say, Reaper miniatures. They're almost like very rubbery. You can get them, I think they're like 3, they used to be like, come in like a 3-pack, you know, like a lot of villains do. So if you run a lot of D&D, you're used to Reaper miniatures to get like your monsters and shit like that, you know. So they come 3 mummies to a pack. They it used to be like $7. Now they're probably like $9 or something like that. But it still works out pretty well. Yeah, when Mrs. Tiki helped me with my Panther X for that army, that's probably one of my favorite models I have to say. She did a kick-ass job, so I built a Panther X, you know, with the gravity cannon, and then I gave her a gunpla marker, a black one. I told her to like do some hieroglyphics, and she just went full ass, like legit writing things in hieroglyphics. It was so fucking cool. The tank looks awesome. Yeah, they do warp, but that's why if you spray primer them, they generally stay pretty rigid. Yeah, I use a lot of Reaper miniatures, like I said. Especially if you see my American bolt-action army I've been working on, my my Treasure Hunter / Tomb Raider Crimson Skies themed army. So I'm a big theme guy, if you can't tell. They sit there up on my shelf, glaring down at me next to all my Crimson Skies models and books. Hey, what's going on, Nathan? How you doing, buddy? We're just working on our Captain Slammers here. Well, the whole Dungeons and Dragons line of pre-primed minis, they have some good ones in there on occasion. Like they have this really cool mummy set where he's like casting a spell and stuff, which looks really, really cool. I use a few Dungeons & Dragons models now that I think about it. Especially their alligators. Alligators are awesome. I finally finished mine up. I ran a very long, very naval combat heavy, because you always like teach what you know, that whole method. So my D-Day campaign, I stick with what I know. So it was a very heavy naval combat Ghost Assault Marsh. But I tied a lot of it in together with some custom content here and there. And for gods, I actually went with I think it was called Theros or whatever. It's that weird Magic the Gathering tie-in book, but it's kind of like renamed Greco-Roman gods. Those gods are way cooler than the regular D&D gods, in my opinion. Like Forgotten Realms and shit, so it was pretty cool. They were all it's cool. They all start off they started the whole D&D campaign. They started at level 2. But their first level had to be cleric, any kind of cleric they wanted, and they all had to have a different god. So that's what they were. They were all chosen heroes of a different god, and they were sent to sail into like this whole new world, which is kind of cool. So yeah, they all started with level 1 cleric and all different gods. They could be the same type of cleric. That's fine, same domain, just different gods. And then level 2, they could be whatever the fuck they wanted, And their backgrounds, they had limited backgrounds. It had to be some kind of like maritime related one, because they're going to be sailing over to Ghost Salt Marsh. It comes in handy because Ghost Salt Marsh is all naval based. And the cool thing is, during the, they all got to pick, basically they got like a choose your own adventure kind of intro, and depending on the choices they pick, they got a free feat based upon, you know, their maritime training. So they either got, you know, tavern brawler, or I can't think what it is on top of my head, but they got like a small kind of, they got a legit feat, but they got a feat attached to them from their background. So, but everyone's starting with one level of cleric. If you're ever worried about your party being underpowered and getting killed, I can tell you how to make a tough party. Start them at level 2, but just tell them that level 1 has to be cleric, and they can cross train if they want. They can go to a different class if they want. But with everyone with level 1 cleric, and the first people they fought ended up, out of just sheer randomness, ended up being skeletons, they absolutely beat the shit out of them. I was like, oh Jesus. But yeah, I have did a lot of D&D stuff. That's what I left Warhammer before. Warhammer 40k, I left it in 8th edition, did a lot of D&D stuff. And then I came back around time for 10th. Never played 10th though, so I can't dog it too much. I mean, I know what I don't like. I don't like not having points cost, but I haven't played it, so once I finish painting my 500 orcs, I'll definitely play someone 10th edition so I can make an informed opinion. I think I know what my informed opinion is going to be, but at least it'll be informed. Yeah, I did a 3-hour session every 2 weeks, and I did that for a long time. The naval campaign, like I said, I rewrote all sorts of like naval combat rules. It was legit. It was pretty damn cool, and they finished the campaign. It was a lot of fun. So my other rules. So my other rule of D&D, the other thing I recommend is keep your party small, because if you don't know, D&D 5th edition it was written after Adventures came out, so it was very Adventures-esque. The party was very, very strong. If you didn't do it right, there's very little chance anyone would ever die. You have to like kind of run it right. So it was a little difficult. It's a little. 5th edition has good bones. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with it. But stock-wise, if you run it pure stock, it feels like Adventures, and your players will probably never die unless you're doing Curse of Strahd with the Haunted House. That's generally the only thing I know that kills people. Oh, that and Lost Mines of Feldelver, the Goblin Ambush. Those are the only 2 things I know that kill people, and that's only because they're in the very beginning. I like it. Tree Revenge. The other thing I do, very controversial for D&D 5th edition, is I don't allow what's that called, skill point. You know how people can choose to take a feat or level up skill points? I don't allow that in my games. There's no like straight skill point upgrade. You have to take a feat. But a lot of the feats are half feats. A lot of them still give you like +1, you know, attribute point. You know what I mean? Like there's still like some feats will give you +1 dexterity plus medium armor proficiency or something like that. So there's enough feats that they can still boost their character. But just straight raw adding, you know, points to your strength or dexterity, nah, none of that, man. Because I feel like when you nix that, that keeps the game a lot more like the classic novels of like the 90s and early 2000s. That one thing, taking away their ability to add in attribute points, it's huge. At first, my players were, hey, what's going on, Commander? First, my players were absolutely against that. But then when they realized they could just take certain kind of feats and get there, they're perfectly fine. And you no longer had the choice between that or feats, so it kind of worked out. Ooh, careful. You what's the quote, Nathan? Do you have the registration for that, or do you have the form to look at those feet? Don't you have to have a special form or login? Man, I'm ruining the joke. Y'all have some kind of joke about that. Permit? I think it's permit. You got a permit to look at those feet pics. All right, let me get a little bit of blue on there for the Tesla, and then finish with that one guy. All right. Man, we are getting some serious paint done this time. I know usually on these paint chats, I'm always just like chatting, getting distracted, not getting any painting done, man. I've actually chipped away at some stuff tonight. Hey, look at that, a nice little Tesla reactor. My camera hates me so much. There you go, so we got his little Tesla gauntlet down there. Nice Tesla reactor backpack going on. Nice. 31 out of 50, jeez. Well, there you go, I felt like I was doing progress, but compared to like you and RK, man, I'm slow as hell. 16, man, you're an animal. An animal. Alright. It's one of those like bullshit answers where you can't really say if a group's too large or not. I will say you may have difficulty with 7 players. My sweet spot is 4 to 5. I like 3 to 4, but at 7 is tough. First time I DM'd was for a large group. Luckily they listened and it was cool, but oh, 6 players, 1 DM. Okay, yeah, it won't be too bad. If anyone, and again, not saying it can't be done before anyone freaks out, but if anyone's with anyone, like if anyone's dating, married, or stuff like that, doesn't make it more difficult. It may present its own unique issues sometimes. So just heads up on that. It doesn't make it any worse. It doesn't make it any better. Everybody's different. Some people it's not an issue. Some people it can be an issue. But something that generally happens is if one can't make it, then the other one usually doesn't show as well for obvious reasons. So. Well, it's funny. It's funny you mentioned that, Squid Fist. That's why I liked running a naval campaign. So the best part about running a naval campaign is if someone couldn't make it, that's fine. They stayed on the ship. You know, so it's always kind of like a weekly episode, kind of like the Adventures of Sinbad, you know? Like, oh, hey, we found this island. Hey, what's going on with this island? You know, if someone wasn't there, then we sent them back to the ship, you know, for supplies or something like that. And next game, we'd show some kind of way where they could show back up, you know? So. Or if there's no way they could show up, you're like, hey, no worries, you weren't here, so, you know, take this adventure off, just come back like in a month or 2, you know, no big deal. And then I would just like do one thing with them on the side, you know, that we could get a little bit of experience points, and they'd have like their own adventure on the ship. You know, maybe they had to put down a mutiny, you know, or they came across some lifeboats and it was a trap. But that is the benefit. If you've ever been curious, a good way to run a D&D campaign, if you're comfortable with it, look up the naval rules, but run a Odyssey style, like run a naval campaign, and just kind of re-flavor some stuff where they're all different islands. It makes it a hell of a lot easier. And if one weekend you're kind of just like burned out, you're not really sure what to do, just send them to where they have to go to some kind of island somewhere, then just jump them halfway with a monster, you know? There's also my personal favorite, Mimic Rowboats. Mimic rowboats are awesome. I love mimic rowboats. I appreciate it, but it's not my idea. I mean, literally, it's the Odyssey, not the oldest, but one of the oldest stories out there. You know, it happening on a ship makes it a lot easier to tell. Yeah, because you also have like a crew you can use as well. So yeah, it's generally a lot of fun. And you have them. One of the things I did is based upon like what class and their background, they would pick to be different officers on a ship. You know, for example, there was the quartermaster, the master gunner, the surgeon, the cooper. You know, stuff like that. There's all these different jobs they could do, and they all had abilities they could do. So during a ship's combat, you know, they could help the crew aim a cannon and shoot a cannon, or they could do like their unique special ability. Alright, there we go. And he is based. Like I said, it's not super perfect, it's not super pretty, but it's functional. Yeah, it's still wet. Pull this guy out, work on him a little bit more. God, you paid him in one night. I felt bad. I didn't mean to guilt trip you for your tropical Germans. My bad. But awesome job finishing him, man. Yeah, I get the same way, RK, where I'll be like, I don't want to work on that. And finally one day I'll sit down and power through it. Like on that one stream where I worked on that one orc for like the whole next week, I would just like sit there and pick at the some of the other orcs and trucks and just start paint little bits on it and just slowly working on it. It felt really good. put a little bit more sand on this guy in the middle. Get some of the missing parts. Yeah, speaking of players paranoid, Jenny, that's why I had the rowboat mix. I hit him with it early on too. They boarded a ship with 2 rowboats. When they came back, there's 3 rowboats, and no one thought anything of it. So when one of them jumped in the rowboat that was the mimic, it like grabbed onto them, and they like freaked out. The whole rest of the campaign, anytime they came across like a lifeboat or a rowboat, they always like shot a bolt into it, or hit it with an arrow, or poked it with a spear first. Yeah, you hit them with one rowboat mimic early on, they will never trust you again. Probably not. I mean, we're a bit tasked out. I know we got to use ours because it's starting to heat up, so we're about to start seeing some wildfires here in a minute. So probably won't be sending any of our water aircraft. Maybe, we'll see. I'm gonna get this side pinned in with sand, and here. Sorry, let me turn that down. There we go. Getting this side with sand, then we hitting the other side, then I'll back end. That'd be nice to basically finish this piece of terrain in one stream. I'm happy with that. Got a lot of terrain to catch up on. And maybe our theme will work on one piece of terrain and do some models. See, it does kind of dry in a clump like that, but it's kind of how sand, especially that sugary sand, like when it kind of bounds, when it's like wind blown with a little bit of moisture and it kind of gets piled up on the dunes, it's kind of how it looks. So I like it. I like the effect of it. Get my glasses so I can read and see Tiki's model. There's not much to see, man. It's just some sand paint and a little beach emplacement. All right, here we go. Let me get some more sand in there, then I can go back and repaint some of the walls where I splashed some sand around, and then let this bad boy dry. It'll be good to go. Like I said, there'd be two other big old like rock. You've seen it before. They've been like sitting here on the paint thing when I've had other models, like the big like scenic overlooks with like little walls on top of the rocks. So there'll be some of those at the top of the beach, that in the middle, and then a bunch of boats, and that all act as kind of terrain for you to decide to maneuver. Luckily, on the beach landing map, like I said, the first turn is going to be night fighting rules. And also, it's just seek and destroy, so there's no objective to try and take or anything like that. Alright, let's finish up this beach emplacement. No, actually, funny, Nathan, we were just talking about that. So if you see that CATC Clash of the Caribbean, we've already raised $24. That's just from the merch sales. I'm thinking about jumping stores. So instead of having to because I had to redo all my shirts anyways because they ran out of that type of t-shirt. So I'm actually looking into a separate merch thing because I just bought some shirts from another YouTuber. So I may set up a second store there. And when I do, that'll be the way. I don't really do donates or anything like that. This is all just for fun. But if anyone feels super inclined to do that, there'll be some merch available. You can just buy merch. The profit will only ever be $1, and that all goes directly to the event fund there, so we can buy like drinks and food and prize support and stuff like that. None of it ever goes to me. I don't profit anything. But I think it's really cool to have people like walk around like Tiki the Hut t-shirts. I think it's super cool. But thanks for offering, Nathan. I appreciate it, buddy. All right, we still need to get some gaming in one of these days. Even if you really want to laugh, I could try to play Space Marine 2. I'm pretty fucking shit at that game. I'm not gonna lie. So we're just filling in some sand right here up against the fence line. It's funny. So I'm actually about to get a shirt for Konflikt 47 that's not on my merch store or anything. I found this really cool thing. So I guess they're like baseball jerseys, but they're really cool. Like one side's plain green, the other side's like floral pattern. And you know how you get like your team and your number. Well, I'm just gonna get Konflikt 47, and then on the back just get my name. So the front will just say Konflikt 47 like a baseball jersey, and the back will have my name. You can even put an emblem on the sleeve, so I'm pretty excited for that. Because I have a hoodie that I wear, you know, but that's only good in like cold weather, you know? And it's not a lot of cold weather here, so. Alright, I think the sand up against the fence line is good, so now I can now go back in and repaint my fence. Let me spin it around, check the other side. Yeah, alright, I think that's all the... Hopefully all the sand I need for now. Pop it back open again later if I need it. Yeah, I saw that article. They seem almost like tankettes on two legs, you know? So. Alright, let me repaint some of this fence a little bit, and I think we'll be good. How's everybody doing in the chat? Everybody still hanging out, chatting, painting? Right, yeah, like I mean, I'm happy to have people chatting away in the chat, but usually it's not this much or this fast. Like, I can't even keep track. All right, we have a piece of beach terrain. Nice. Not fancy, but you know, there. Oh, I'm sorry you're away from your minis, man. Unfortunate. But yeah, if you did like that that short I put out, the propaganda short for the U.S., like the super religious U.S., the way they're going for Conflikt 47. So if you're curious about the footage, a lot of that footage came from Pearl Harbor the movie, Midway the movie, Saving Private Ryan. What else is that? Fury. A lot of it came from an awesome movie not a lot of people know about. It's a World War II movie. It's called Memphis Belle. It's a very good movie about, obviously, the Memphis Belle B-17 bomber in the 8th Air Force. Really good movie if you've never seen it. It's older, but really good. And there's also an iconic scene in that that short from The Rocketeer. If you've never seen The Rocketeer, that Disney put out like in the 90s, you gotta watch it. So it's by the same guy who did the Captain America movies, especially the first, or who did the first Captain America movie, the first Avenger. So the plot and the filming is gonna seem very similar, but in a good way. The Rocketeer is a damn good movie. It's one of those movies where we were talking about this last stream, kind of like Aliens 2, where there's not a piece of fat on it. There's no unnecessary scenes. Everything is cut down and essential to the plot, and everything is calls back to what's already been previously established. Yeah, same thing. I grew up watching Memphis Belle as well. If I hear one more word about that stupid restaurant. Oh God, I love Memphis Belle. If you've never seen Memphis Belle, it's actually probably one of my favorite World War II. I think it is my favorite World War II military movie of all time. It's amazing. But Rocketeer, highly recommend The Rocketeer. It is a fast movie. There's no unnecessary scenes. Everything is great. They don't make movies like that anymore. I think that was it's got so many good people in it too. And if you really want to be nerdy, the comics. The Rocketeer comics are amazing, especially the original ones, not the newer remake ones, but the ones that came out in the 80s are really good. Just know a big change they had to make between the comics and the movie. In the comics, his girlfriend and love interest is Betty Page. So clearly Disney couldn't do that for the movie, so they changed it to like a young actress, you know. But hey, what's going on, Caboose? How you doing, man? Yeah, Konflikt 47 is blowing up, man. It's getting real popular. I'm starting to see a lot of channels, which is good. I don't want people to think I'm salty about it. Not at all. I'm very happy. I see a lot of channels coming out covering it and stuff like that, which is pretty cool. So it's getting a lot of popularity, a lot of interest. Lord knows I can't consistently put out content, so I don't mind what other people do. Alright, we got a nice little piece. We got a nice little beach emplacement. All painted up and ready. Nice. Still got some time left in the stream. Hell yeah, I can work some more on this guy. So we based a model. We based our Captain America Paragon guy. There you go, that looks a little bit better on camera. So we based him. We fully painted this. Now we'll go back to working on our Samuel Slammers. Yeah, Memphis Belle is a classic. It has Henry Connick Jr. like when he's young. Holy shit! Yeah, that's a really good movie. It's got a lot of actors in it. A lot of actors in it. I think it's. I'm sorry, Harry Connick Jr. Not Henry. I think it's Harry. It's got Sean Astin before he followed Bilbo to Mount Doom. Bonsai, what's going on, buddy? Man, apparently all I need to make sure I paint more is just put a little bit extra more rum in my Coke. Who knew? Who knew? What are my thoughts about the new Konflikt 47 starter sets? If you don't have any Konflikt 47 models, I think it can be an attractive kit. If you really like the new sculpts, I think they're good for you. But if you're not in either one of those if you're not in either one of those backgrounds, I would recommend starting with a bolt action core, and then adding in whatever Rift Tech units you like. But I'm not a starter set kind of guy. I like building like unique forces of stuff that I really want. I don't like buying an army and knowing that like everybody has that exact same layout, you know, because it all came in the same starter set, if that makes sense, you know. But I haven't seen it open. I know some people got early access to it. They can't show what's in it, but I don't, so I don't know what's fully in it. The Konflikt 47 starter sets for the first edition, or people debate whether it's the first edition or not. First edition was Clockwork Goblin 15mm, but we won't go into that. So that's why I call it the OG Konflikt 47. So if you played OG Konflikt 47, those starter sets, those are worth the money. Those are nice. They come with troops. They come with a Rift Tech tank. They come with usually a Rift Tech walker and some type of nation special unit. So hopefully that answers your questions a little bit. As long as the starter set comes with dice, order dice, rift dice, and the actual book, it's probably going to be a good deal. Oof. Grabbed the wrong paint. I was just about to put it on there when I'm like, wait a minute, that's the wrong shade of brown. So that's a good one. So for Mexico, what I would use for the rules, I would use Americans, but for the models, I would use American riflemen, but I would substitute in a lot of World War I French bits. There's a really good box from Wargame Atlantic. I'm trying to find it. Hold on. Where's it on my shelf there? Okay, there it is. So Wargame Atlantic has a Great War French infantry, 1916 to like 1940. I would use the bits from that, particularly the rifles and some of the backpacks, and I would put those on American riflemen miniatures, and then I think that will give you a good characteristic of what a Mexican force would look like in the World War II or Conflict 47. And they actually did fight. For a lot of people who don't know, Aztec Eagles, it was a full Mexican Air Force squadron. And not just the pilots either. I mean, it was pilots, aircrafts, maintaining crew, like the whole squadron, soup to nuts, like top down, leadership, admin, support, logistics, everything. The whole squadron deployed with the Americans to the Pacific. They flew P-47 Deltas, I want to say, big old Thunderbolts, big chunky boys, you know, the flying jars, and they kicked serious ass. So, Aztec Eagles absolutely 100% were a real squadron, and have real combat honors in World War II. Mexican Air Force, in case anyone's curious. If you want to play British in Conflict 47, none of the models in the starter set can really be used. Like I said, I mean, there is Lend-Lease, but with the linebacker being kind of a newer thing, I'm not sure if the Allies are going to release it to the British. Again, I would recommend picking up the British starter set from OG Conflict 47, and then just pick up a book and a Rift dice when the new edition comes out. That would be my recommendation. That way you know what you're getting. Yeah, no problem, Jenny. Also, have him, he may already know, but have him look up the Aztec Eagles for some inspiration. I love the lore of 40k, and I love the models and stuff like that. I don't think I like the gameplay of 10th. I haven't played 10th, so I can't make a firm decision, but from what I've seen and what I've read from the I actually do have the rule book. I don't like the rules of I don't like not having points cost. It chaps my ass. Well, nice. Congratulations on your proxy Bane Blade. Oh, nice. Yeah, I started off as a guard player in 6th and 7th. Then I left, and I attempted to come back in 9th as Gene Stealer Colt, but I didn't. And now I'm coming back, not really for 10th, I'm coming back for one-page rules, I guess, and maybe 10th as an Orc player. Yeah, I would like to see, even if it's just small little supplements, I'd like to see small little Conflict 47 supplements for Victory at Sea and Blood Red Skies. I have some Blood Red Skies. I think that'd be a lot of fun. I like aerial combat stuff. That's why I have a whole, you guys can't see like one of my little shells here. I have a whole space in my shelf for Crimson Skies stuff. Like shit tons of, I have a lot of the WizKids Crimson Skies models. So same thing, that's why I'm planning a whole faction around that. A whole bolt action US Airborne Army. The whole thing is they're kind of like Monuments Men, but they can be either good or evil depending on how you want to play them. Their whole job is to, you know, parachute in, find the artifact. You know, this can play into Conflict 47 too. You know, find the mystical artifact or whatever it is, grab it, and then they use like an early war Fulton device You know, attach that to it, have that go up, and have a plane kind of swoop in and grab it and fly away. So you can either play them as good guys with the allies as Monuments Men, or you can play them as bad guys and like mercenary treasure hunters. Captain Caboose, no offense, you're gonna have to be more specific. They've made a lot of armies obsolete. I played a guard, but I played like an air guard. Lots of Valks, Vendettas, Vultures, and that shit just got ripped apart. Yeah, it was actually easy playing guard without Lehman Russ tanks as long as I had my Vendettas. Those were absolutely my my monster and tank hunters. I mean, I didn't feel bad going up against people who brought like Imperial Knights when I had multiple Vendettas. It's like, all right, bring it. Those 3 twin link blast cannons, oh shit. That's one of the other campaigns I ran pretty successfully. So I ran 3 really good campaigns. My first Lost Mines of Philadelphia for D&D sucked. I learned a lot. My Ghost Assault March is pretty good. I used Savage Worlds. Is that what it's called? Yeah, Savage Worlds. Swag, yeah. I used Swag to make a Crimson Skies RPG, and that was a lot of fun. Then I also did a Mad Max one. But that wasn't really so much a RPG, it was more like a mixture of tabletop RPG and wargaming. I used Zona Alpha and Gasland rules. Yeah, there's a Zeppelin. It's for D&D, but it's like a 28 millimeter Zeppelin airship that you're supposed to use for D&D. I want to get that just as like the army display board for my treasure hunter army for bolt action. Well, what's cool is, so for each of my platoons, because I built my platoons as 500-point platoons, so that way I can, at a 500-point game, 1,000-point game, you know, at a 1,500-point game, and then for 1,250 I can kind of like stretch as needed. But for each one of my platoons, they're gonna be supported by a different air pirate gang. So one is for like the Far East station for hunting artifacts in East Asia. They're supported by like the Fortune Hunters, and then you have the ones who are down in North Africa looking for artifacts there. They're going to be supported by the Raging Cajuns, and then you have one in Western Europe, and they're going to be supported by the Broadway Bombers. So if you recognize those names from, you know, air militias or air pirates gangs, those are the paint schemes that are going to be on the planes. how's the scale, RK, on those Schwinn wagons? Are they too big? So we played 1,500 points in bolt action. It's a lot. I played a 1,250 point game in Konflikt 47, and that's good. For 2 players, for an all-day event, 1,250 points is very good. Even for Konflikt 47, we were able to bring in multiple walkers, multiple Rift Tech units, and we fought, it was myself and Sam, and we fought in a, we did a fight, speaking of Mexico, we did a fight in Tijuana in 1947. Imperial Japanese Army versus 82nd Airborne. 1,250 is great. That'll take you all day. Again, I don't know how these new rules are going to play. New edition, new rules, new stuff. It could change everything, right? So, but for current Konflikt 47, 1,250 is great for 2 people. 1,500 is good when you have like 2 people and you can split it like 750 each. Yeah, Savage Worlds is a good RPG system if you want something cinematic. So again, for Crimson Skies, it works great, or for any kind of like Indiana Jones style pulp adventure, it works great. You know, or if you have like a Monster of the Week kind of like supernatural style thing, it works really good. I think they have like Texas East University is the name for it. Or if you have like a space western, if you want to do like a Firefly space western, use Savage Worlds. They even have like an own little subset for it. Savage Worlds it's really good, especially in Deadlands. He nails it because it works off a deck of playing cards for your turn. So it's a really cool system. It's a lot more cinematic than D&D. Also, it's really good for what's the term I want to use for swashbuckling. So if you have like a pirate or a 3 Musketeers or a Count Them on the Cristo, if you want to do something like that, Savage Worlds is great for it. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, that scale is tits, man. It looks great. I'm stoked. Oh, I love your pulp. I love your pulp models. Okay, they look great, man. So a cool little feature, you can't see it, but his head's on one of those like little, not the Nachtjägers, but the little like snake people. So he kind of has his head on, so it's kind of cool. I'm gonna paint that, and I think that might be it for the stream. Not bad. Fully finished and base this guy. Got this painted so it could dry. And then we got some paint on him. We got him going. He'll be done soon. Probably finish the next stream. Not too shabby. All right, man. This stream went by quick. We got a lot of good painting in too. So usually it's more of a chat and paint, but I think today it's because I was more relaxed because of the rum and coke. I was able to like zone in and kind of get a lot of painting in. Seems like the chat went well. Seems like everybody's respecting everybody, which is cool. Everyone's being chill. Always appreciate that. Never had a problem with this chat, but I'm sure you've seen other streams. Sometimes shit can get wild. So far to date, and even YouTube's like, hey, you should have a moderator. Hey, do you moderate? So far I haven't had to need a moderator, and I hope it stays that way. So that's my hope. I like staying a one-person operation. That's why I don't have a Discord. So as long as you guys keep it nice and chill, we can just keep this chat going with no moderation, which would be nice. Nice. I've only ever seen Trench Crusade played, like I watched a video of someone playing it on TTS. I haven't seen actual models of it on the tabletop. I'm excited to see that. From what I've read of the lore, which sounds kind of cool, I just hope one day maybe they offer it in 15mm. I think that'd be really, really, really cool. Nathan X2000, I see you. I will hunt your ass down. Alright, let me just finish up this little head that he's stomping on. And I think we'll be good. Nice. Yeah, honestly, in paint game, that's what I always recommended, is start with a good bolt action core, and then get like one Rift Tech unit you really like, and that'll put you where you want to go. A good example, I don't know when it's going to come out, but once Edscar puts it out, we talked a video about building 500 point bolt action armies just from 30 troop boxes, and that's a good way to get a start in Conflict 47. Get your strong infantry corps, you know, get your strong infantry platoon at 500 points, and then you can add in a really good Rift Tech walker, and that's generally about 250 points, especially as a veteran, and that'll put you, boom, right there at 750. You're good to go, right? Or you can add a whole bunch of more Rift Tech stuff and get up to 1,000 and 1,250. So my recommendation for people is to all right, take care, Jenny. That's my big recommendation, is start with a strong bolt action core of 500 points. A really good, well-rounded. Doesn't have to be sexy. Doesn't have to be like we joke around about. Doesn't have to be like the Emperor's dagger. It could be the Emperor's multi-tool. Like, get a strong 500 points that can take all, do all, and then build from there. Alright, not too shabby, not too shabby. Got some paint thrown on. Sometimes that's all you gotta do is just throw a little bit of paint on, just kind of get it started. You know? Oh yeah, I'm liking the way that kind of Tesla pops a little bit. Nice. Okay, to be fair, I didn't go off. I see what you mean. I see what you're saying, but no, I don't like. I don't know. I don't like the idea of early access. I've just never really, not for something that's not like crowd funded. I guess like something that's like company funded. You know they're gonna have supplies. I don't understand the point of pre-ordering or like early access to build hype. Like, It's gonna come out like in a month anyways. Like I personally don't understand, but it's fine. That's why I don't want to watch, because I don't like early access. So I don't want to be a hypocrite and like watch someone else, but still say I don't like early access, but get to see it early. So I figured if I'm not gonna like it, then I probably shouldn't watch it either. You know, so. I will 100% never be a moderator. No, you're fine. You're fine. No, I'm just giving you shit, buddy. No, you're good. No, but it's true. Yeah, I did kind of make a comment, not in a shitty way, but I made a comment like, hey, you know, I hope you have a great stream. You know, I love Konflikt 47, but I'm going to go ahead and log off just because I don't want to see it ahead of time, you know? Same thing when I saw someone else put a video out like, oh, Konflikt 47, you know, 2nd edition lore. I was like, holy shit, someone already got a copy of the lore? It's the same lore we all have. You know, they're just reading it off a page. And I was like, oh, shit, that's not the lore? Like, that's... None of us have the book yet. Like, what lore? So I was like, hey, you gonna do a video on the lore? I was like, what? We don't even have a book. Like, what? I don't get it. Personally, I don't get it. I don't understand. So we'll see. I'm excited for it to be released for everybody, so then I can get a book and I can read it over and hopefully start getting some videos out for that. I like that offset. No, you understand. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. I really do. And like I said, since there's a lot more popularity with it and a lot more channels are springing up covering it, which is cool, super cool. I'm pretty sure some of the bigger channels may grab onto the whole lore aspect. Like Scuttlebutt is maybe Luton is going to do lore for it, which I thought would be super awesome. So if that happens, I'm probably going to zone in and focus on Imperial Japanese stuff, but I'll probably still talk about all of Konflikt 47 as a whole. But depending on what every other channel does, I'm going to kind of adjust fire as we go. I'm always going to keep it fun because, you know, that's what it is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can swap those heads. It shouldn't be a big deal. But me personally, I'm totally excited to see what the lore is and what kind of cool rules Imperial Japan is going to get. Because that'll be the first new rules for the Empire of Japan since they got beat with a Nerf bat since 3rd edition of Bolt actually came out. So it'll be nice to see something hopefully nice for the Imperial Japan. It has not been a it's not been a good time to be an IJA player. So that was... that's the other thing I'm worried about is I'm worried about Bonsai. You know, because Bonsai is still the old rules for Konflikt 47 currently, so you can still do your Bonsai charges, which is awesome. I'm worried they're going to take that away with the new edition. Yeah, I swear to God, RK, I think you're right. I think they're literally going to put in a note like, you know, rules coming soon, blame Tiki. You know, I can actually see that happening. Oh my God. Like I said, and that was the thing that I didn't understand. I mean, I'm totally happy the Konflikt 47 release. I'm not mocking it, but I would have just, I felt like all they needed was plastic models, and I would have pushed the release until they were done with all the major books for Bolt Action 3rd edition. That way they could literally put it directly in line. They don't have to like worry about leaking some rules ahead of time, or some things gonna need some tweaking here and there, you know? Well, the one good thing for IJA players is no one can accuse them of being power gamers, you know? That was always something annoying, like in 2nd edition, people were like, oh, you're gonna use this, aren't you? I'm like, no, I don't have that in my army. You know, it's almost like you have to prove you're a normal person. now in 3rd edition, showing up here like you're playing the Japanese like voluntarily, you're like, yes, fuck. Like, what do you want? So it's actually kind of nice not being accused of, you know, bringing spear fighters or being a power gamer. You know, it's kind of nice. That part I have truly enjoyed. Found a sandwich with sun-dried tomatoes. Don't tell me to beware. I'll tell you where to be. It's out of my face. All right, guys. It was a great stream. I enjoyed it. It was a fun chat, a lively chat. Good. Goodness gracious, for a while there, we're in the double. Oh, we're still in the double digits. Holy shit. Okay, yeah. Very active chat. As you guys can tell, I dropped a funny short a couple days ago. It was like it was a teaser for Konflikt 47. Here, I'll drop it in the chat in case no one's seen it. Before anyone points it out, yes, I know the typo. I saw it right after I posted it, and I was like, shit. So I already know there's a typo. Trust me, I know. I'm not gonna take it away. But there's a short. That short is a teaser for the Americans. So for Konflikt 47, for this new edition, they made the Americans a lot like the Brotherhood of Steel, like very religious and stuff like that. So I decided to make a very funny kind of propaganda, religious-y kind of thing for the Americans. I'm working on one for the Imperial Japanese right now, so I'm pretty excited about. All right, for those of you guys who are headed off to sleep, I hope you guys truly do get the sleep that sleep you deserve. Yeah, I think I said that right. For those of you guys headed to work, I hope it's an absolutely chill day. I hope when you go into the break room, there's not a brood witch sandwich there waiting for you, and if there is, remember, just pick off the sun-dried tomatoes and you'll be perfectly fine. And as always, I hope you guys stay safe, stay hydrated, and don't forget to relax today, because you're on Tiki time.
Smiles, no war drums, just beach for miles. Ghost park by Tiki lights, shadows dance in tropic nights. Sand beneath where boots once stood, paradise ain't so misunderstood. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons. Forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. Bunkers built from palm and hope, coconuts and crude smoke. Imperial dreams fade in sun, warriors turn beach bums. Shine to ocean gods we raise, praying for forgotten days. Sake in the campfire glow, life's a surfboard, ebb and flow. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons. Forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands.